Jules, as always, when you join me here. You're one of my treasures. Welcome to what I like to call Area 5T1, where we do discuss the 5Ts on my channel. We talk transition, we talk triathlon, we talk trends, we talk teaching and slash tips, and we talk trucks. And then over this, it's another long weekend for me. I did ask for Monday off, so it gives me an extra day off. So we will be doing, I will be doing some extra live streams. One thing I am gonna say that what we need to do on here this weekend, Lo Huggy, welcome to the stream. I'm coming on a little late, but so today I want to start so we can say that we do need to start getting some funds for Kerrville, Texas. I have a friend, she's been going out there and helping out the volunteer efforts, and she has given me a couple of actual legit websites that are up to donate to, because there's already been scams found that are, you know, asking for help and for Texas and donations, yet what happens is it turns out to be a scammer and it goes to them. So I'm gonna go on her channel and get these two legit websites and post them on here. I was just watching her most recent update on her channel, and what's up, Jim? Welcome to the stream. You're on with Jules. Remember, you are a treasure here. Yeah, that's sad that someone would put a scam using a disaster such as what's happened in Texas. I've also looked up some stats, seeing how it compared to even some of the hurricanes that we have seen in the past, such as me going through Hurricane Ian. I'm gonna try to get these actual websites that my friend has gotten while being out there. You know, hello, welcome, Gucci girl. I'm doing good. How are you? So I'm trying to go on a channel here to get some websites that are good for donation for Texas. Actually, I may have my friend on here tomorrow night, and you know, give us some updates on what she's seen. So far she's agreed to come on, but if she's not too tired, I will, you know, if she's tired, I think it's good she gets some rest. You know, I'm not gonna, I am gonna, you know, get everything ready for making the StreamYard, but, you know, like I told her, if she needs rest, to go ahead and get that. I am just looking up here for these. She was actually on a video that I was on Tuesday night, and she was pretty much talking straight from the flood zone. So that was 29 feet of rain that came down. Hello, Raymond. Welcome to the stream. I am asking everyone if you one any super chat I get, and once I start getting the donations, I will send them. I will send money out towards Texas. It's going to be, you know, I will send it, relay it to someone. They can buy gift cards for families and first responders out there. First responders are people that really need lots of things. I can always say that um, I'm a woman, and this is, you know, when we're talking about, you know, a disaster right now that just happened, and we want to help people, I don't think it's the best time to just start coming in here and asking questions. Hello, welcome. Welcome to the stream. You're on with Jules. Okay, let's see. I'm trying to get these. Ah, got it, Maria. Um, I'm trying to get a couple websites. Hey Yadira, how's it going? Hey Yadira, do you have the websites that Megan has given me to make sure to donate to Texas? If you can put those in the stream, that would be greatly appreciated. And I'll pin them up top so people can donate to those sites rather than, uh, you know, I wouldn't want things to come in super chat and then, and you know, get money taken off of there, and then I would rather they donate directly to these websites. Um, Also, you guys, I don't know how many of you were in on Tuesday's live stream that I was on with Latter Daily Digest. It was actually a pretty cool, interesting stream. There are a bunch of Exmos like myself, and we were talking about free energy and also and and extraterrestrials. It was a pretty interesting stream to go on. It was a fun conversation that we have that we had. It was so we you know had a great time in there. Also, they have posted a you know a live an interview that they did with me. They posted it up. You should be able to find it on my channel. Um, Adib, they may not be with visibility, but people can be trans and they will hide because of laws against them, which is not a good thing. Uh, you know, one's got to understand that we do have, you know, that we feel a certain way, and we should be able to express ourselves. Yes, we do exist. I'm right here. Well, maybe you should do some research, watch more people. Hey, former, how's it going? Um, okay. I'm just, like I said, I'm trying to find you these. Well said, Yadira. Yeah, we are less than 1%. So we're like one percenters. And people don't understand that. Just because we're less than 1% of the population, they want to say we don't exist. So, there's all the people, the elite in the world that are one percenters that they call them. Do they not exist? I don't understand why people can, you know, go and say that we don't exist when we're right here in front of them. Okay, I am looking at the transcript to Megan's video. I'm trying to get these websites off of there. I think it's important that we um, do donate. The thing is, I just want to make sure it goes to the proper, um, you know, website. I don't want it um, to go to, like I said, there are scammers out there already trying to get money by using certain websites. I'm gonna have to maybe look elsewhere. I can't seem to see it in the transcript here, because in the transcript it would, um, you know, yeah, the Texas community one, yeah. I want to know. I'm a human, and I'm a woman. I'm a transgender woman. Also, one thing, I mean, even if she doesn't come on live, I do want to give her this. This is one of my, you have it. Just go ahead and post it, and then I'll pin it. This is one of my patches from one of my uniforms from when I used to do disaster response. I used to be on a national disaster medical system response team, and it was part of FEMA. So that's I think that'll be a cool thing to give her because I have plenty of them left over. Actually, that is not why did you become. It's um, it's one of those things you throughout your life you feel different, and you you you're not the right you're not in the right body. You feel that way, so you don't wake up one day and say, you know what, I feel like I'm going to become trans. I do want to give some stats here, everyone. I was looking at some of the news. Oh, thank you, Yadira. Okay, guys, here Yadira just posted where you can donate. I'm gonna pin it onto the. Let's see. Let me pin that message. So this tcrcommunity.org, that's where you can donate straight to the flood victims, and also to the first responders. First responders always need a lot of things. When you go out, like when I was deployed to my first disaster, trust me, you don't know how much you need when you go. There is a lot of things that you don't realize. You guys have seen my to-go bag. I learned that from being on a disaster response team. So Correct, Alice. And I know there's like 12 pallets of water, but there's people that there's football players I've already seen that have donated more than that. I've seen, people really. The thing is, it takes a massive disaster like this for people to actually come around and show kindness. It shouldn't take this, you know. Well, thank you. Um, so, um, so yeah, the unfortunate thing, it takes a mass disaster like this to for them to come out and donate, you know. Yeah, and Yadira's got another link there. I wonder if I can pin that one also. Um, oh no, I'm just gonna go with the one that's up there. The one that is pinned right now is the one that the sheriff out in the area actually recommended to donate. Hi, Alexis. Welcome to the stream. Please do hit a like and subscribe. Also, tomorrow, if all goes well, we will have Megan Connor here. She has been volunteering, boots on the ground over in Kerrville. I was watching a video of hers earlier, and you know, it's been really cool to watch. Exactly. People I'm trying to give some statistics here about, um, you know, it can, you know what, Huggy, they would want the same thing talked about their neighborhood if it was their neighborhood. But if I was in here talking about it and someone else um, was interrupting, I'm sure they wouldn't like it. So just some of the statistics I looked at. As you guys know, I lived in Florida. I went through 6 major hurricanes. Um, so this was 29 feet of rain that happened in like less than an hour, from what I understand. So all of you know that the last hurricane I went through was Hurricane Ian. The thing that was scary about Hurricane Ian was that it was such a slow moving hurricane. It took 12 hours to go over my house. And so the next thing I started looking at was I was looking at the stats of you know that of people that of deaths. So Hurricane Ian, like I said, it took 12 hours to move overhead. And when you see major disasters happen, it's incredible to see some of the stuff that you see. Um, so there was 148 deaths according to the stats that I found online. Now I know. See, this is what happens. Numbers are deflated. And I know this for a fact because I used to be a first responder. I worked in Lee County EMS. And so what happened is I know someone told me that it was 5,000 extra body bags were delivered to the county. So certain things, they deflate numbers, and so right now as it stands, there's 120 people that have passed, or 120 people that have been found dead, and there are still close to 150 to 160 missing. So Now, now the storm surge in Florida with Hurricane Ian, like I said, this lasted 12 hours, was 13 to 14 feet of storm surge. That's how much the water rises. Well, here it did rise 29 feet, and I believe it was less than an hour. When we look at Hurricane Katrina, now let's Hurricane Katrina was a this their hurricane was a little different in the way it came in and made landfall. But what happened in Hurricane Katrina and contributed to the storm surge um, is the fact that they had levees in New Orleans. They have those levees, and they broke. But the storm surge for Katrina was only 15 feet, you guys. That's half of what happened here. Um, so you know what, you know, where did all this water come from all of a sudden here in Kerrville? Now, the thing about Katrina is people weren't prepared for it and didn't, heed certain warnings. And that's something I'm also going to talk about, and we'll probably get more into it because I think they're just starting to talk about emergency broadcast system not going and sending messages to cell phones. But Katrina, there was what 1,800 deaths. So that was a deadly hurricane. Now, like I said, how do you go back to? That's something that we have to start, and you would have to start by calling your congressman, because Congress is the one that starts that. And so, if anybody wants to call their congressman and encourage it, please do so. I know, Alice, you've told me several times. Hurricane Ike was the last disaster I went and did ER. Basically, we did the ER decompression. So what happened is, when the hurricane was coming, they had to empty the University of Texas Medical Branch. They emptied it. They loaded everybody into cars, into ambulances and helicopters. You have to have special ambulances because you have critical care ambulances that they have to load ICU people into. It was just, I have I have a CD-ROM that has pictures of everything. I'll have to get some way to start running some of these pictures. So, and maybe one day I can show those, so you can see how much different storms have made and damage and what the response goes into. And after they took all the patients out of there, of course, the nurses and the docs were tired. So they sent them home to their families. So when the hurricane hit, and then we came in after the hurricane, and we basically took over the ER so everybody could go back to their families and watch over them. I was there on the island for 2 weeks. So that was, something, that was a different type of experience there. Now, and that only had 8 foot of storm surge. So we're seeing these massive hurricanes, but yet the largest one with the most deaths only had half the storm surge of what happened here. Now I am hearing that there was not enough warning. I can do a video on how we get certain warnings as far as like when I lived in Florida as far as hurricane. But the early warning system is important. That's very, very critical. So, you know, and being prepared is important. And as you guys have seen, I do have a playlist on how to be prepared. And it was, it was a very, it's important, and yes, sometimes we can't stop these events of nature from happening. They'll happen all of a sudden, and but we need to be as prepared as possible and watch as early as possible. Now, there are many things that I know that apparently one of the meteorologists in the area, one of the head meteorologists, uh, was no longer on staff. So he had retired and they hadn't filled the position. Now, um, one of the big things is also having resources staged ahead of time. So if they saw this coming to happen, when early evacuation orders are critical, and Adib, well, you've come to a page where many of us are atheists and don't believe in anything. So, uh, early preparation is critical. Early communication to the population, and prepare to make one, shelters ready for people, to tell people at certain levels uh, when to evacuate, because you have, like in Florida, you do have hurricane zones. You can usually get a little hurricane manual every season, and and when you get that manual, it'll tell you where your house is at. Was it in zone one, zone two, zone three? And once they start sending out orders, you should evacuate when your zone is told to evacuate. So that, I don't know, Alice. They they say that one chief, I think the chief of police or the sheriff, didn't even get the warning till later, and like, so they're doing a research on that, and all the research I hear is that certain people got told late. Early detection is important. Just like anything that I do in the medical field, early detection is important. You know, the earlier you can detect something, the or you get a diagnosis on someone, the earlier you can help the person. So I do want to say, for all of you that have come here, please, thank you. And please do hit a like, subscribe to my channel. I'm not going to ask for any super chats, but if you look at the top of the chat box, there is a pin there. On that, there is a place to donate. And this is a legit website. It was made by the Sheriff's County there. It is recommended by the Sheriff's County there in Texas. And that is the legit website, because there are scammers out there using websites to make money. Adib, it's just how you feel inside. You can't just say it. You have to feel it. Then you have to go, uh, you know, you do have to go and talk to a therapist. Then you start on hormone replacement therapy. Adib, um, no, you, no matter what, if there's some people that don't do medical transition, but you still have to be diagnosed with what's called gender dysphoria. You can't just say you are. Me, I went to a therapist. I went and I take medication, so it is helping with a physiological transition. Right now, what we're trying to focus on, though, Adib, is we're trying to focus on a tragedy that's happened rather than what your opinions are. Yeah, yes, Alice. All phone companies do that. I've gotten flood alerts in the last couple of days because there has been some flash flooding in here in New Mexico. No, they can give you a diagnosis of gender dysphoria. Then they can suggest whether you should go and get your when is the best to start hormone replacement therapy. They'll tell you then, after several sessions, they'll say maybe it's time you start transitioning. They can't get their license, uh, lose their license. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the stream. My name is Jules. Hello, Raven. As always, remember you are a treasure here. We are talking a little bit about what has happened in Texas. Actually, Rick, that is something I do not support. I believe that they should be in an age of accountability as to when they can make their own decisions. Real? I just gave that. I said the kids should not. They should be able to reach an age of accountability. Right now, that age is, they have set age 19. So, welcome everyone. Please do hit a like and subscribe. There is a pin up here in the comments. I'm not going to ask for super chats tonight. If you do send a super chat, I'm going to forward that to my friend Megan, who has been boots on the ground, helping out support a church's, efforts to help actually force responders. I was just giving some difference in different hurricanes that have happened in the past. This was not a hurricane, it was just a big rainstorm, but I was talking about surge and how much surge this had. I lived in Florida, and I went through Hurricane Ian, which was the longest hurricane I've ever been through. And oh, well, thank you, Justice. Then why did you come join us here so you can be one of us? I think you have some curiosity going. So make sure you hit a like and subscribe to the channel. Hey, welcome 505. Please do hit a like, subscribe. Remember today, if you consider dropping a super chat or a super sticker, actually please go up at the top of there is a donate pin up there. It says Texas Disaster Relief. That goes directly to Texas. I don't want anything through my funds here because remember it takes all the way till next month. Nope, it does not go to my bank account, Justice. That's why I'm giving this link. It does not touch my bank account. This goes directly to Texas. And the reason I say that, because there have already been discovered that there are scammers out there that are putting up a link and it's just going to their bank account. Yes, and this Yadira just placed it there again, tcr.communityos.org. Yes, and it's unfortunate it started on the first day. And like I said, I know someone that's been out there, boots on the ground, and these are the websites that she's gotten. So, uh, if all goes well, we'll have her here on the stream uh, tomorrow night. Um, if she texts me and says she's tired, I 100% agree with her, because I know how it is. I used to be in disaster response myself. Correct. Yeah, the scammers are horrible to have out there, and I don't know why they would do that. I mean, I know why they would. They just want the money. Um, like I said, skip my super chats, go straight to that link and give to that link. Um, you know, um, that link was given by the sheriff in um, Kerrville County, or in that area of, so. I thought you were just talking about Guy Fawkes. Hello everyone, welcome to the stream. You're on with Jules. Please do hit a like and subscribe. Welcome to what I like to call Area 5T1. I do want to say, there's a couple, I don't know, there was a couple of streams. I was on one live stream on Tuesday with on Latter Daily Digest. That was a cool stream to be on. I may join this Tuesday depending on the topic. This alien topic that they've been talking about has been pretty cool. Okay, good night, Alice. This alien topic that they've been talking about has been pretty fun, and I kind of, I'm really into it. I've got my elf on the shelf. Yeah, you guys, you can always, another way you can donate is going to Midlife Revolution, and she does have, I believe she has a Venmo account there, and all she does with the money she gets through there is buy gift cards to give to the first responders. So some of the things that first responders are needing out there is like sunblock. They have plenty of water, because she says that there was 12 pallets of water, which is normal. Usually the government shows up with the DMATs will show up, and they'll have refrigerated. They'll have trucks out there, and they'll unload pallets of water. Also, companies will bring free water, while other, there's a lot of cool things that happen when something like this happens. When I was deployed to Galveston Island, and we drove around checking out, we took like turns, we're running the ER, while other times, we would, some of us took tours of the island, and Tide will bring out this big tractor trailer, and it has washing machines. So when people take clothing out of their good night, Alice, when they take their clothing out of their house and it's all dirty, they can just take it there, and then they'll wash it for you. I thought that that was cool, something I saw. There's lots of companies that'll come out and help out with what they specialize in. So like Tide, of course, they're going to specialize with laundry, while others will help out with something completely different. Um, so it's um, you know like I've seen beer companies that stop canning beer and then they'll can water and bring it out. So it's stuff like that that's important. Um, One thing that I discovered that's important to get, and I know it helps first responders because yeah, you can be drinking water all day, but sometimes you want something with flavor. You buy the little like uh, powder packets to put in your water. Whether it's you can go to the dollar store and get the like there's like the Fanta flavored ones or Crush. They taste like crushed sodas, but they just go. It's like a Kool-Aid packet. You can send those to. I would say donate those towards efforts in for the first responders because it is a little sugar packet, but trust me, they're gonna need a little bit of energy boost. Um, Go ahead, Joseph. Alice, I understand they've bought water. You've said that about 3 or 4 times, but there comes there's also a point that and I'm telling you from my perspective because I've been in a hurricane as a like really like you could say I've been the person that was affected by it, but I've also been the first responder on it. So on both sides, you got to appreciate the fact that yes, you have water, and also that you can have flavor to it. Actually, you know what, Joseph, or 505, I would look on Amazon and look for something like that because I've um I've had that charger before, and I didn't pay triple digits. Bought it on Amazon for cheaper. Guys, another thing that I'm gonna say, and I didn't say this in my last, I talked about it, but I didn't show it. I found it though. This is a cool thing to have. This is something I learned from living in Florida. Any of you guys know what this is? This, and gals, I should say. Yeah, it does exist. Samsung came up with it. Now, this right here is a battery pack. So, we were without power for close to a month after Hurricane Ian. So, charge our phones. Hey, Deja, welcome to the stream. Glad to have you. We're talking this one. What you do is you plug it in and you have a phone charger. It also takes USB ports. See, like right now it's got 3 lights on. It also takes USB ports. So it's good to have. It took the USB side of it. It takes USB-C and it takes, I think, whatever Apple product does use. Because there's 3 different size ports on it. And having a big battery pack like this is good. And then if you need to recharge it, you can charge it with your car. And I would suggest getting a small power inverter for your car to be able to charge these things. But yeah, these are. Did you dance with Eva? That's awesome. Yeah, these are very important. So yeah, these are cool, a cool device to have. I I have it because yeah, I went through six hurricanes. Oh, okay, Teresa. Sounds good, Teresa. Hello, Sakib. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, so that's another important thing to carry. And I would say, even if you could find an inexpensive one, I would send stuff like that to first responders if I had the money, because it's very important. Now, most of the time, usually out there, they'll have satellite phones for them to use too. Hello, everyone. If you're just joining us here, please do hit a like, subscribe. I'm not going to ask for super chats tonight, but if you look in my comments section, there is a pin by a comment that Yadira posted, and it does say Texas Disaster Relief. That is the actual website endorsed by the sheriff of Kerr County. So that was actually given to me by someone that has someone I know and has been boots on the ground for 3 days over there. She keeps driving from San Antonio there to to give of her time. And I think that, like I said tonight, if you could, I would send it there. Tonight, I may keep the stream going a little longer, maybe the 4 hours mark, because just to see how much, hopefully we can raise some money, and like I said, it go to that channel. Nothing, I'm not asking for super chats tonight. I'm just asking for likes and subscribe. And any donos that can go to that Texas Disaster Relief. Well, thank you, Neil. Welcome. Yadira has just posted it once again in the comments, so hello, everyone. Welcome to the stream. My name is Jules. As always, when you join me here, you are a treasure. Been just giving some updates on Texas. So far, we are at 120 dead. I think we are still missing. They are still missing 160 or 150 to 160 from what I gather. Tomorrow. Hello, welcome to the stream. Correct, Deja, well said. Welcome, Adi. And I know about a lot of how the system works, because this is my old uniform patch from Disaster Relief, National Disaster Medical System. So I know how the entire incident command system works. If you were ever a first responder, even in military, you know how it works. Yes, it is. Like I said, I have a friend that's been boots on the ground the last 3 days. She's just been going out of kindness of her heart to go help. And so yes, as Yadira has stated, we are trying to get aid, and if you want to donate, the link is up in the it's right here on the channel. That goes directly to Texas. It doesn't touch my account. It doesn't touch anything. Correct. Yeah. Yeah, the thing is to be watchful of who does ask for money, because that's why I am using this site right here is the site and link recommended by the sheriff of Kerrville. So it's not, anything that's going to go through there, it's not touching my hands. So it goes directly to them. Um, Also donations, if you guys see, thank you, Deja. That's true, because even before they posted this link, I heard that they were already scamming. People were scamming, made up a scam site. Maddie, if you think you're much of a man, why don't you go ahead and just donate to that disaster relief fund? Hello, everyone, and welcome to the stream. Please do hit a like and subscribe. Yeah, if I would be close enough, the thing is, I took next Monday, I took the day off. If I lived close enough to Texas, I would go down and help. You know, but the driving distance, I think right now would be too much for the Gem X. So, hello everyone and welcome. Please do hit a like and subscribe to the channel. Oh, that's cool, Deisha. Just keep me updated on that. Yeah, just keep me updated. See how it goes. We'll, yeah, positive vibes from us. Hello, everyone, and welcome. Wow, look at this. We're already we're at 400 views already, you guys. We're doing fantastic. Please, as you come in here, do leave a like and subscribe to the channel. Our goal is always to try to hit those 51 likes. Usually, I will ask if you would, please do give a super chat. We usually give to charities. 30% to charities, but right now I am saying do not drop super chats in here. Send them whatever you would give to the link that is in the description, or actually not the description, but over in the chat box. It says Texas Disaster Relief. This website is directly from the state of Texas. Yeah, it's the pinned comment. This was the one that the Texas sheriff has stated to use. So please, if you if anything, please do that. Lots of people are going through a lot over there. There have been obviously lots of casualties, and you know, I only think of how many more will be found. And even at this time, I think the numbers may be deflated, so it doesn't look as bad on the government. Um, there, I just have, I've always noted, I'll tell you when I responded to Galveston Island, uh, when I was in disaster relief. You guys don't believe it. Here's my patch from my uniform. Um, in the middle of the night, we were doing night shift ER decompression. Uh, Three massive black trucks. I mean, completely black, lights off and everything. We were sitting on the helipad looking down because the ER was on the second floor. Three black trucks drove out and they looked refrigerated. So I really think there's always more casualties than what we hear. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the stream. Welcome, David. Well, you're on with Jules. Remember, you are a treasure here. Please, if you do want to help those people out in Texas, do go to the pin in the here on the channel. This was catastrophic because I read the totals earlier of the surge, and not even Katrina's storm surge after the levees broke was only half the size of what we saw here. Out in Fort Myers Beach, after Hurricane Ian, which hovered over Lee County for 12 hours, which was a hurricane that I went through, we saw 14 feet of storm surge. This saw 29 feet. So that is just some crazy numbers. Let's see, I have something on this. So, these were just notes I was taking as I was working. I was just kind of looking over, and I had some sites put up. And now, something that caught my attention, it says that 2 days before the floods, a state inspector had certified the emergency action plan and the buildings at the camp there in Kerrville. So apparently, supposedly their emergency action plan was, up to the task, but I don't know. I would like to see their emergency action plan and see what it looks like. Of course, it is a state inspector, so their state may require less than other states. I think the flooding, what went wrong there though is it came from one river and to a bifurcation. Hello, welcome to the stream. We've been talking about Texas here, so please do donate or send packages. I don't have any addresses yet to where to be able to send things for first responders. First responders are needing just as much stuff as the, you know, to do their recovery efforts. I think it's gone from search and rescue. It's probably going to become recovery soon. And so you guys know the difference between search and rescue and then recovery. Recovery is search and rescue. Correct, Deja. Search and rescue is at the very beginning, and what happens is you bring in people. Hello, good girl, or Gucci girl. So when people, you know, mass or a big incident like this happens, they start off with doing search and rescue. So that's what's going on right now. Yes, Deja did 5 years of search and rescue for the Coast Guard. So search and rescue goes on for several days, sometimes weeks, but thank you bills. And then after they, after a while, they'll say this is going to become a recovery operation. And usually what happens, recovery comes after they've determined that most people, you know, the likelihood of people having survived that long, even after, you know, the search and rescue part, then it's time to just consider it a recovery and start looking basically for the bodies. I hate to say it that way, but that's what recovery is. And basically you're going to start, you know, start cleaning up debris, and you're probably going to find stuff between the debris, you know. So correct, Deja. And I'm sorry, guys, if any of you have been through major disasters, and I don't want to bring up any stress or trauma you may have from this. I've been through 6 major hurricanes. Hello, Jiminy Cricket. Welcome to the stream. You're on with Jules. We're just talking a little bit. Well, we've been talking most of the time about Texas. I do have a pin up on the stream that if you want to donate, I'm not asking for super chats tonight. Tonight is about helping Texas. It does say Texas disaster relief there. And then please, you know, if you're gonna send anything today, send it to that website right there. That website sends it directly to Texas. Correct, Deja. Correct. And then as a person I know that's been out there, she said as she was leaving today, and she was actually showing this on her channel. She had she was showing some footage of stuff that she saw on the way out, heading back to San Antonio. 3 Osprey drones. I didn't know they had Osprey drones. I knew there was Ospreys, but, you know, I didn't know that there were Osprey drones, actually. You know, and to me, they just look like regular V-22 Ospreys, but I guess they were drones. Um, and I guess they were basically doing surveillance of the area because the president will be there tomorrow. So they want to see where they can land safely. Because he'll probably go in Marine One, obviously. Oh, cool, Jiminy. I hope you have a great time. Thank you, Deja. Oh, awesome, Jiminy. Also, yeah, tomorrow night we will probably get a little more uh, first-hand conversation of what's been going on over there. Um, I may have a guest speaker here that's been boots on the ground there. So hopefully she can make it out. If she's too tired, I'm gonna tell her not to force herself to come on here. So, but I know Jesus. He's my uncle. My Uncle Chewy. That's his nickname. Like I'm of Mexican descent and I have an uncle named Jesus. No, his last name's not Christ. Hi Jessica, welcome to the stream. Also, you guys, if you want to check out a couple of good videos, I wasn't here on Tuesday because I did jump on someone's stream. It was pretty good. It's on Latter Daily Digest. I've actually got two videos there. They might be posted to my page. Actually, I know the one on Tuesday was linked directly to my page. Actually, that was a pretty fun. I don't have any friends named Bible, but I have read that book, that fan fiction. You know, on Latter Daily Digest, it was pretty cool. You have to kind of watch another video that they did with a gentleman that did talk about free energy. It was, you know, about saying that there was actually a cell about this big, and then it could probably run your car for a long time, but you know, and then that he knew of actual extraterrestrials. Lucas, just realize that you're on a website with many atheists and agnostics. So you don't have to come preaching to us. Hello, if you're just joining us here, please do hit a like and subscribe. Daytona Beach. nice place that is, you guys. My daughter did go to school there for 1 year. They have an aviation school there. It's one of the most prominent in the U.S. Actually, now it's a branch of aviation schools because they have one in Texas, and I think there's now one in Embry-Riddle in San Diego, from what I look at. Yeah, it is. Many great pilots come from there. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the stream. Please, if you can, do give to the link that Yadira keeps posting in the stream. That goes directly to Texas Community Relief Fund. If you look it up online, it is legit. It's, you can look it up first. That one is the one the sheriff of that area has stated where to send money. So it's if you feel like you can give just any little amount will help. It helps the victims. It'll help first responders. First responders, they're there, they do their job, but we need to support them too. I was one. I used to do disaster relief. I was what's called I was a DMAT on a disaster medical assistance team. It started off as part of the Department of Homeland Security and part of FEMA. But then after Katrina and the mess from Katrina happened, they made us part of the Department of Health and Human Services. So the DMATs are very critical. Yes, Deja, I am still headed to San Diego. I have I know at least. Thank you, Jiminy Crickets. I will make sure some that money does go to Megan Connor, so we can donate to the disaster relief fund. That was a great super chat there. That's what even if it goes into my super chats, I will send it to Megan's. That is cool. You got to know, Jiminy, that even a dollar counts. I always tell people, even at a dollar, we will send it. Every little bit helps. Oh, thank you, Jiminy. Oh, so that's who they were talking about when you have the, JC initials. Maybe that's who he was talking about. Hey, Michael Feast, welcome to the stream. How are you today? Please do leave a like. Consider donating up at the top. You'll see in the stream, there is a pin saying Texas Disaster Relief. Please do send something to them. I just got a super chat. Whatever comes from that super chat will go to that fund. Where are you located, Michael? Are you near? Yeah, I got text from my family yesterday asking if I was okay because there were floods here in Texas. I mean, Texas and Florida. Ah, I mean, New Mexico. I keep thinking of every other place I've lived. No, I haven't lived in Texas. But oh, okay, yeah, South Australia. No, we've been talking about the rain that happened in Texas. A friend of mine's actually been volunteering out there and has been actually, she's actually put footage on her of how it looks out there on her channel. So I would suggest you check it out. The Midlife Revolution. She So I'll share this with all of you. This was her most recent video um, from after coming back from the flood areas. So you guys can go check that out. She may, hopefully, yes, this young lady lives in San Antonio also. And she's been driving down to the flood area, helping out, volunteering. So we may have her on the show tomorrow. I just want to make sure she gets her rest before she comes on here. Yeah, and that's the problem. Sometimes rain doesn't stop, and I mean, but this one, what's amazing is these floods happened and it rained in a matter, I think it's 29 feet in 45 minutes? Oh no, no, you never said that. That's cool. Let's see if I can get. Wow, that's an amazing picture of how much massive flooding. That's from July 24. I don't believe that. Yeah, it was unfortunate what happened though with her. Guys, I'm just trying to get some numbers here for you. I believe this happened on the 3rd. Okay, the river surged 21 feet further downstream, and it surged to 29.86 feet. So yeah, it was a storm surge of 29.86 feet. Yeah, the washing machine. Hello everyone, welcome to the stream. You're on with Jules. Uh, please do leave a like, subscribe to the channel. We were talking a little bit about Texas rainfall. Um, we welcome Albert. Welcome to the stream. You're on with Jules. Please do hit a like, subscribe to the channel. Sounds good. Deja. So Albert physics. So you're into physics? Are you? Is that your major, Albert, or what? Actually, of all things, you guys know, I mean, if Albert says who he is, he would know that, the Manhattan Project didn't happen too far from where I live. That's where Oppenheimer built his device. I could probably, well, it wouldn't be an urban myth. I could just go down to Truth or Consequences and film there. I almost took a job on that base. Okay, but they did build a device and test it out here. Maybe I'm wrong. Oppenheimer did everything over here and they tested it here. You can actually go up and visit the site where the first atomic bomb was. Yeah, you can actually go at certain times of the year. They'll actually let you go on the base where the first bomb was dropped, the test one, and only get so close to it where you won't be irradiated. So I did, that's a pretty cool thing. I've been by the base. In fact, my friend and I were driving at night, and then we saw the base there, White Sands. We were going to drive onto it. We did. Of course, when we had driven by one exit or one gate, it said missile test in progress. And then we drove into this parking lot, and then all of a sudden, all kinds of red and blue lights lit up. Trust me, we backed out of there so quick. And then they just turned off. So, it's one of those things. It was crazy. And you know, New Mexico is just known for so many things. How many of you guys know there's actually a spaceport here in New Mexico? It's actually the world headquarters of Virgin Galactic. Yeah, when I visited here, the first time I visited here, they had just started building spaceport. It's also over by Truth or Consequences. What kind of women? You know, I would have to say, I look at personality first. I can say that one time I was checking out when I used to work at SeaWorld, one time had a big, massive crush on this blonde, tall young lady. But then this other girl started working there, and when she started working there, I would talk with her a lot and everything, and she had a great personality, and I would always be talking about her. One of my coworkers says, I think you don't like so and so anymore, but you get along better with this one. He was right. I dated her many a times in my life. So, personality. What do you mean, us men? I'm not an us men. Guys, please do go check out some of the new content on my channel. I was on Latter Daily Digest. There's actually two videos that I am on Latter Daily Digest. One is just basically kind of like my story. The other is me participating in their live stream. Yeah, if they're, if they're, if they don't have personality, then it's just not right. Well, I mean, I will look at the thing is, I I do, we all have the fact that we will, have obviously look at looks. Obviously, there are certain characteristics that many of us will look for. For example, you may call this a fetish, but I love fingernails. I love women that have their fingernails done in a nice fashion. I, go to my channel. I believe that they do, but there's a chat on my channel on Tuesday. I was on another channel called Ladder Daily Digest, and we did a discussion panel about that. Um, and it was pretty, um, it was pretty good. We almost came to one of those kind of, you know, basically one of those agree to disagree type things because can we prove it or can't we? So I'm multitasking here, you guys. I'm sorry. Hello, D-Boss. Welcome to the screen. How are you today? Please do leave a like and subscribe. Consider donating to the pin at the top of my channel. That does donate directly to flood victims in Texas. It never goes through my account. It goes directly to the organization in Texas. Pumpkin soup. I've never tried that. I'm just trying to get this onto my channel. See if I can post it in my studio. Hello everyone, welcome to the stream. You're on with Jules. Please do leave a like and subscribe. Thank you for all the support today. We are already at 621 views. Please do consider donating to the Texas Disaster Relief Fund that is pinned on my channel right now. I do not play video games. So, Anonymous, do you know what your mask means there on your logo? What culture? And whose face is it? So who, first of all, tell me who it is. Boy George. Jason, welcome to the stream. I guess Anonymous here can't even tell us where his mask is derived from. Jason, tonight we are concentrating. Basically, we've been talking and we aren't really asking for super chats, although Jiminy Crickets did give us a $10 one. Do you know whose face that is, Anonymous? You're not answering the question correctly. Because if you don't know whose face it is, I don't think you deserve to have it on there. Because I know what it symbolizes. But okay. And what did Guy Fawkes do? And who was he? I know you're probably Googling all this right now. I could do it without a Google search. Yeah, he tried to blow up Parliament. Correct, Jessica? But when Anonymous here is saying it's a cultural thing, he's using the group Anonymous, which are a bunch, which is a hacktivist organization, and basically, Guy Fawkes was a member of Parliament, and basically. Anonymous, I know. What don't you guys? If you're from the UK, don't you celebrate Guy Fawkes Day? It was the same day that Trump was voted into office. I'm not a Trump supporter, but I can tell you that. Hey, Jenny, welcome to the stream. Thank you, Gucci Girl. It is a new dress. Arrived last week. MB, welcome. Everyone, just remember the pin that is on the stream is donating straight to Texas. MB, I've been watching Megan's videos and they're fantastic. Yeah, I had a great time on LDD on Tuesday. I may change up a little bit of my routine. Usually on Tuesday nights I do Transition Tuesday. I had a great time there at on LDD because it was fun because you share your side of the story on different things. Especially this week since it was all about Alf, Elf on the Shelf. So it was a cool, good way to start on LDD as opposed to and they I felt they did a very good job on my story. I still haven't watched the video. I mean, I remember doing the interview with them, but I haven't watched the full interview of me with it. We, I know they did some editing. I know they did some editing because he decided to start barking, and it's it scared Randy because all of a sudden this big wolf, 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 and it was Thomas, and there it kind of threw him for a loop. I didn't think. I guess he didn't think I had my dog in the background. Yeah, he didn't want to be left out. What was it last night? Did you watch Joe's stream last night? Did you? Because his his stream last night was, I don't know, it was a little out there, but um on Joe's Tom. Well, I was watching that one. Um, while I was watching that, Thomas kept barking. So I'm like, I said something like, "Hey Joe, I think my dog," and I put Thomas is having is doubting your theory. I don't think he picked up on what I was saying because the name was backwards. I just threw in the whole thing about a doubting Thomas. So I want to see if he picked up on it. Oh, anonymous theories aren't or interviews aren't bad. I got more confident in interviews since I have transitioned than before. So I don't get not getting. Yeah. Thank you, Miss Woozy. If this is your first time here, please do hit a like and subscribe to the channel. That would be greatly appreciated. Thank you for joining us here. As you know, I'm Jules. Everybody here on my channel are my treasures. Welcome to Munchies. Oh, I'm getting everybody from LDD here. Please do hit a like, subscribe to my channel. You guys, you can join us here anytime. All of you are considered my treasures here. Um, the also I do have Megan's link posted up top for the Texas Disaster Relief Fund. uh, this is the one she gave um, when when she posted on her stream. So yeah, we on the weekends. My weekends always start on Thursdays. So Thursday nights we will stream. What tonight? I'm planning on streaming at least 4 hours. I'm trying to put this link out there to people, so the more people that see it, the more people that will donate to help people out in Texas. Also, let's help out the first responders, not only because, you know, I, because the people do matter there, but trust me, having been a first responder in my lifetime for a very long time, it's important that you support them because many a time they may not have all the supplies they need. Um, and on top of that, I was also on a disaster response team. This is off my first, uh, off my uniforms. This is my patch from the sleeve. After Katrina, we had to take these off. We had to take these off because they took us out of the Department of Homeland Security and moved us to Department of Health and Human Services because FEMA, our mother agency, they feel messed up a lot during Katrina. So they didn't want the DMATs to have a bad name. It's amazing when you break down everything when it comes to the disaster response. Um, it's a pretty cool thing to watch and how many different teams they have. They have what's called a DMAT, which is what I was. I was on a disaster medical assistance team. I am a nurse, so I was a nurse on the disaster medical assistance team. They also have VMATs, and VMATs are veterinary medical assistance team. And unfortunately, they also have what are called the DMORTs, which are the disaster medical. I don't know how to. It would have to do with the people that basically take care of the deceased, basically. Um, so they have their whole categories. Megan did mention interesting things she saw out there, like where they had all the first responders lined up, ready to go, and maybe all the RVs that FEMA has these very nice RVs, that expand out. Some of them are command centers. Some of them are also their sleeping quarters, and others are a command module where they will have all these TV, big old widescreen TVs where they can communicate and be watching the weather, and there's a lot to it. There's a special system called the incident command system that you need to know before you learn disaster. Once you get into disaster response, it's very important to know. It was a system created back in the 70s during the wildfires in Los Angeles when there was a big drought, and it's very important because you don't want. I don't want to say it wrong. You don't want too many leaders and not enough followers, because if you chorizo and eggs. Oh, you're talking my favorite there, Jiminy. Um, so what happens is usually when the first responding crews get there, they're in charge. You know, let's just talk like a big car accident in the city. So uh, once you got 5 people in a car accident, 5 patients, that's considered mass casualty. And so once you start a mass casualty, then you start implementing the the ICS. So the first ambulance on scene, the highest ranking person becomes the incident commander. And then you can start doing your start triage. And then from there, then maybe a chief or a lieutenant's going to show up, and now they take over as the incident commander. And then if more resources are needed, then you start getting resources of all kinds. When it comes to big disasters such as this, they usually look ahead. Like, I went through Hurricane Ian. I know that northern Florida, they had linemen ready for it days ahead of time. Days. Like, I know the infrastructure is going to be down for a long time here, and that's what's going to be hard. I lived in Cape Coral, Florida. Hurricane Ian, I bet you there's still parts of the infrastructure that aren't completely done. And that's what's unfortunate that we're going to see here. Once news crews leave, they're not going to see what's not fixed of the infrastructure. When I left Florida, it'd been, 2 years since Ian hit? No, at least one. And you still saw plenty of electrical poles that were sitting like this. Traffic lights sitting, hanging this way. It takes so long to fix the infrastructure that it takes years, even decades. Yeah, that's where that's where I lived for a while, MB. Actually, not a while. Actually, 23 years? Hello everyone, welcome to the stream. Please do hit a like and subscribe. Thank you for all the new people joining in here. I see some people have seen the video on Latter Daily Digest, and I do want to thank you for joining us here after watching the video. Just if you are in here, yes, they are, MB. Tell me who you knew out there. I bet you I knew them. Because I'm sure they were members. Please do, if you can, donate right here where it says Texas Disaster Relief. This is a legit site. It was given by the sheriff out there in Kerrville. Know someone's been out there, boots on the ground, volunteering. And it's around. Well, it all depends on what you like, whatever you desire. I mean, actually, David Jackson, I am. But guess what? I like women. Really, David? Well, it's funny you ask about Big Pharma. Now, Big Pharma, you got to look at it in several ways. Why can I go across the border to Mexico, buy the same medication for a tenth of the price? it's not big pharma, it's the United States working with big pharma to inflate prices. This is a country where we use things to make a profit. Because I worked in pharmaceutical research, and I can tell you how much money goes into doing one research study about, and I can tell you that 1 in 10,000 drugs that is tested is approved by the Food and Drug Administration. So many organizations do, Rickshaw. There's many organizations. There's religious organizations that do the same thing. That's why I don't follow. That's why I don't believe in God, because they do. That's why okay, Anonymous, they will raise it. It does cost most when it first gets approved. Why? Because yes, they do have to account for the cost of the studies. It does take about 15 years worth of studies to actually get a drug on the market. On top of that, only 1 in 10,000 drugs that are tested get approved. Then, on top of that, you may want to look at different places and look at it may be inflated. So if you look at it, you may have, if you go, let's look at my medication. I started taking, I'm trying to think, thought it was about 8, so this is about 16 years ago. So that medication, for a 90 days worth of medication, if I didn't have insurance at the time, would have been $13,000 for the med, for a refill. 90 days worth. Due to my insurance, now my insurance did state if it was a brand name medication, I had to pay a different price. So I only had to pay $150 for it. Eventually, about, 13, 15 years later, the generic came out. Because what happens, once a medication gets approved through the FDA, they get like about an 11, 12-year patent on it. So therefore, nobody else can come out with a similar medication. Then, once that patent runs out, other companies can already start running studies on an equivalent. Because what they do, they have to run not just a bioavailability, but a bioequivalence study. So they have to go through phase 1 through phase 4 studies. So that's very important. And looking at it's important to look at what's the human studies, what's the you know, what's phase one, what's phase two, phase three, phase four. That, you know, there's a lot of, you know, research that goes into it. It's not just like, oh, let's create this drug and go from there. No, there is a lot put into it. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the stream. You're on with Jules. Please do leave a like and subscribe. Um, Actually, Anonymous, I'm going to tell you why not. Why not? Okay? And please consider donating to the Texas Relief Fund that is listed up here. That is the legit website that the sheriff out in Kerrville has given. No, Anonymous. What happens when I started working in pharmaceutical research, which I've actually worked in, first medication we did was, I'm trying to think, was a new brand of Ketorolac, I believe. That's what's another name for it? It's like a strong ibuprofen, but Ketorolac. In fact, I just gave someone to someone at work. Um, yeah, it is an NSAID. It is also known as Toradol. That's it right there. So I got to do one on Toradol as pills. We did a phase two. But what happens here, Anonymous, when they do they make a generic, they just change. What happens is someone will put another compound in it. The molecule comes out about the same, you know, and but do we know if it works the same? So they have to test it to make sure that the other one works the same as the original. So we did this study on Toradol. So it's called what's called usually a randomized double-blind study, two-way crossover. So let's explain a lot of that. Two-way crossover, that means person's going to come 1 week and we're going to give them one of the medications, either drug A or drug B. That's what it's called, a double blind. We don't know which one drug A is, and we don't know what drug B is. It is randomized because I may have 10 people come in, usually it's 30, but you have 10 people come in and recipient number 1 may get drug A, recipient number 2 may get drug A, then number 3 may get B, then 4 and 5 get B, and then they, you know, once it's all randomized, they take them. The next week, they're going to receive the opposite. But then you have to do a series of lab draws to see that it's going through the system in the same, or, you know, you want to be able to do a biological graph of how it went through the system and make sure that both graphs are close to each other. Because we did have one study. Now you guys are going to make me draw. So this is what's called a bioavailability graph. So I don't know how good you guys can see that, but when your medication goes in you, it peaks and then starts going down by half. Yes, that's pharmacokinetics. But if you want, what happens if I make a generic and it only does this? Okay, Now you're seeing that one peaked up really high and then the other one peaked really low. Um, so, you know, that's why you have to do studies on the generic drugs, because you want to make sure that the graphs end up about the same. So you want to make sure that they both end up being just about equal, not exactly the same, but you want to make sure that they peak at about the same place. That is why generics need testing. And Yadira, one thing, yeah, now it is double blind. Now the thing is, a blind can be broken, and I will tell you why. Um, and the only reason a blind will be broken is if a medical something pops up and there's a serious adverse event. We had one serious adverse event. We had to call. There's a difference between a mild, moderate, and severe adverse events, and there's a serious adverse event. A serious is one that you may have to follow the person's condition for a while. So we had a serious adverse event one time where we had to call the paramedics. They took him. We had to break the blind and tell them exactly which medication they had to receive. So, that's very important. Because you can't just give everybody drug A the first week or say this is this. So, I mean, we did some on drugs that were actually narcotics, but you actually had to give them Narcan first, then give them the controlled substance. I know there are other polymers in them in the generic, but they don't always work the same. That's why you have to look at the pharmacokinetics to make sure that both of them are working the same, and that graph of the the bioavailability is almost the same. You cannot just, if the the bioavailability is very low on the generic, why are you going to approve it? All generic medications, like I said, medications, 1 in 10,000 is approved by the FDA. There's a lot that goes to it. That's why also prices can go up, because the cost of how much it goes into doing the research. I'm a nurse, and I've worked in pharmaceutical research. So a lot of it's experience too. Hello everyone, welcome to the stream. You're on with Jules. Please do leave a like and subscribe. Consider clicking over here where it does say Texas disaster relief. This does go directly to the county where all the floods happened. It goes directly to them, does not go through any other accounts. So everything you donate goes through there. Yeah, I learned all that by working at a pharmaceutical research company. It was actually a bioavailability testing company. So we did phase 1, phase 2 studies. two-way crossover. We did a three-way crossover um, at one point. The ones that are, I'll tell you guys, if whoever ever needs extra money, that's and you have a if you ever have low testosterone, that's the way to make some extra bucks. Is try to find a, research study on people with low testosterone. We did one a research study on men with low testosterone, and we would give them an injection. Then we would do lab draws to see how it was going up. And I think it was by the end of it, if they would have extended the research study and done the whole period of time that they say they wanted done, some of these guys could have walked out with like $40,000. The average study back then was like $300-400, but they would come for a weekend, 2 weekends. You show up on Friday, they serve you pizza. Oh, and there's always a separation of half the group. One group does it with fasting and the other one's non-fasted. They give you a check at the end of the day for $350 after when you leave, check out on Sunday. So you do fasted, non-fasted, and then they switch you over on the next day or on the next weekend. And then you have to eat the food in a certain amount of time. So they give you like 30 minutes, and you have to take your first bite. Usually, you go to patient number 1, they have to take their first bite at 8 o'clock. You go to patient number 2, they have to take their first bite at 8:05. And the people that would come do them knew the way to do it. They would eat, because there was usually a standard breakfast, like 2 eggs, like sausage or bacon, toast, milk, and maybe like a hash brown. So many of them would turn around, grab the pieces of toast, put everything in the form of a sandwich, and just eat everything up. And then they would leave one bite left and just wait. And once they were coming to make sure that they took the last bite, they would take their last bite, you know? So it was interesting to watch. And then I remember Friday nights, we always bought them pizza. We had pizzas delivered, and we'd watch them, you know, they would just eat pizza, and they would just relax there and watch movies. Actually, they were a pretty cool bunch to hang out with because there's the same people over and over. Well, I think it was because they're giving of their time. You know, they're giving of their time, and the pharmaceutical company, that's part of their money to be able to give their time to these people. And depending on what type of medication you were getting is how much they would determine exactly. Gas money was determined, the value was determined by the type of medication you were taking. You know, each company changed the stipend. But I think, yeah. What's going on, Paul? Please do hit a like and subscribe to the channel. Consider dropping some. Oh, bye, Paul. But Paul, if you're still there, please do leave. What are you going to replace them with, though, Anonymous? Think about it. If you want to test in for humans, Why not, you know, test in consenting humans? Where did they used to do all the research on before people consented to it? They used to do it on soldiers in World War II, in before the International Committee of Harmonization came around and decided to start controlling that. They would just correct Deja. That was another place. They would just test it on random people, and they wouldn't ask for consent. Now they're asking for consent. They're giving them a stipend. Um, that's true, Yadira. It is. It does start in animals. I don't even think something that could be AI and would work. I don't think simulations would work because, anonymous, what is something important we need to look, and I'm going to ask you this one. What is important? And I can tell you, even in human studies, it's not happening. What is important to look at and make sure that we're testing even in humans? Yadira, unfortunately, also use dogs. I have a whole notebook on this because I used to be the training coordinator. Isaac, I'm not a Trump fan. He's shutting down a lot of resources that are needed. Okay. What is something that you would want to look at in people to make sure that the formulation is working the same on everybody? I can tell you it's not even happening now. And I know an AI wouldn't be able to simulate this. Nope. Well, you want to make sure you have a good cross section of different populations. You want to have certain amount of white people, certain amount of Black African Americans, you want a certain amount of Hispanics, you want a certain amount of, and it's not happening evenly. May I ask respectfully, why did what you did to change genders? Well, first of all, Isaac, one can feel uncomfortable in their body and not feel that they align with the gender assigned at birth. You may not feel that way because you haven't experienced what I have experienced. And I had to be my true self. Why did you stay a man? And computer AI wouldn't be able to measure. Well, I don't know if it would be able to measure different every different type of human body. And that's the thing, is to have that cross section. And I can tell you for sure, where I worked at and every place that there probably is, you're not getting that cross section. The documentation may say it, but I bet you it's not happening. I saw it. I can tell you what 90% of the people were. And yeah, and that's why they do fasted and non-fasted studies. So, there's a lot of factors that they do add into it. I'm going to tell you from my experience and where I've worked at, I would only see what 90% of the people were actually 90% of people that went were Hispanic. And from different countries, yeah. But why? No. Actually, Sherilyn, we were talking about pharmaceutical research. But I said, why is that? You didn't answer my question like I answered yours. Is it just because someone, a doctor pulled you out and said, oh, he's a guy? But what makes you feel that way? Okay, I was going to give TS TS, if you're still there, I'm 5'9". TS, if you're still there, give me this reason. Why did God create man or a woman from a man? That means that Eve was a transgender form of Adam. Hello, Mr. Least. Oh, I know you, dear. No, it does not what, Isaac? No, it does not, doesn't explain anything. Who has restrictions? Yes, Eve was created from Adam's rib. Therefore, whatever DNA was in that rib was what Eve was made from, which was part of a man. There's nowhere that Bible says that it wasn't changed, that it was changed. So that just killed your backup there. Hello, Hermes. Welcome to the stream. My name is Jules. Remember, you are a treasure here. Please do hit a like and subscribe. Well, that's a little bit of blackmail there. You're asking me to give you a shout out to like. Why don't you like and maybe I'll give a shout out? And B though that's the I don't know why people don't pick that up when they read the Bible, you know? Hello everyone, welcome to the stream. You're on with Jules. I was born a man, but I didn't feel like one. Hey, they keep talking about the women receiving the priesthood. Guess what? I've got it, MV and Woozy. What do you mean by mixed fabrics? Oh, okay, you're talking to TS. I didn't notice that. So did you hit a like? You guys, God is not a good argument for anything because really any church or God or religious belief really teaches hate. Hello, Jonathan. Welcome to the stream. Because I know I just always joke about it because I still, you know, oh, look what I found here. Um, Ooh, I got you guys going now because you guys don't get it because you're not going through what I'm going through. And that's the worst part is all of you that'll come and push this on here. Um, it's just because you guys cannot, you don't feel like us, and on top of that, we're 1% of the population, and all of you just want to you're bothered by 1% of the population. On top of that, you came into my channel probably because you saw something you liked or you felt that you want to be like. You're Christian? Well, I don't believe in God. But well, Hermes, that's the thing. I'm an atheist. If you look at all the stories of gods and everything, all the stories run the same. I don't believe in an afterlife. If there is one, I'll find out when I die. Every book about scripture or gods, they all teach the same. They all sent a son down to do miracles. Zeus sent Perseus. Jupiter sent Hercules. What? Whatever you want to call them, Elohim, God, Alpha, Omega, whatever, sent Jesus. So, I mean, they're all the same stories put into different mythologies, and that's what they are. They're mythologies. Hello everyone, welcome to the stream. You're on with Jules. As always, you are a treasure here. Yeah, you can hear my AC just kicked on. Plus I have a fan on. So aliens, why do you ask about aliens there, chicken? Welcome to the stream. Yeah, I'm into aliens. You can see I'm in the Area 5T1. I would say you can, in a way, they're anonymous. Funny thing is, TS, I have been through 2 major religions. And I will probably tell you that one is probably the wealthiest in the world. Well, I do believe in aliens. Actually, if you want to look at a very good video, go look on Latter Daily Digest, and we did have a conversation on aliens. I think we kind of came to a 50-50 conclusion in that one. It was on Tuesday, Latter Daily Digest. Yeah, see, Ms. Woozy, I'm on the hormone supplement, so yeah, I might get those hot flashes. I don't know if I get them like you, but you know, obviously, yeah, I'm on the progesterone, the estrogen. Well, I don't know how big you expect them because I've lost 40 pounds, Nick. You can hang out here, and I bet you we can make you, you know, you get a good laugh here. That's what we're all about. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the stream. You're on with Jules. As always, you are a treasure here. Please do hit a like and subscribe. Up in the comments, you probably see a pin there. That is a legit website for donations to go to Texas. So please do donate. And Yadira just posted it in the comments again. Yadira is one of my mods along with Jason P. And they do fantastic jobs of moderating. You can always Oh, that's funny. I guess we're starting to find a population of people on here that we're really alike. Well, Jonathan, that's what this stream is about. And yeah, my Thomas is right there. That's my dog Thomas. We can talk. He won't wake up. Yeah, I have a dog. His name's Thomas. He is deaf. The bow is actually in Florida. My bow is still in Florida. It's in a pod. Um, it'll cost me $1,500 to transport my pod here. I just got the price lowered because they had a sale going on. But yeah, see, I'm into archery. Oh, possums are cool, yeah. So you got something for hormone replacement for menopause there, M MB. Now, MB, can I ask you a question? If women go through menopause, do men go through womenopause? Chevy, I'm not so much of a Chevy person. I'm more into, I like Nissan vehicles. All my trucks, I've only had one truck that wasn't a Nissan, and it was a Dodge Dakota, second generation Dodge Dakota. Mushroom coffee is actually supposed to be pretty good for you, even for triathletes. Drink it. Cordyceps mushroom coffee. Yeah, I have a Nissan Xterra 2008. Um, it is four-wheel drive. Um, Bought it for $1,500. It does need some work. In fact, this weekend I will probably post a video working on it. Last weekend I started trying to do some of the work. I do need to change a camshaft position sensor in bank A, and that is the hardest one to get into. Actually, I'm building an overlander. I bought a nice roof rack for it. I bought traction boards. I got a very nice, uh, where to carry water. Now I kind of need to. I'm kind of like picturing what I am going to do with it. I do want. It's going to need a new paint job. I do want to do like an olive drab color, kind of those new military style colors that Nissan and Toyota have done that still have the shine to them, but they look matte. I'm between the tan and the green. I may do like, I'm probably gonna do green, and then the bumpers do them in in the in the tan. I I I'm like, paint will probably be the last thing. Mudding. I have gone mudding, but I'm not in my exterior yet. Um, like I said, I do have traction boards in I do need to get a winch for it also. I live in Albuquerque, Mr. Least. I just, right now, MB, I haven't taken it out on the trails just yet, but I do want to take it out there. Like I said, it's going to be an overlander somewhere, something to, just travel some trails nice and easy, get to a nice place to camp out, have fun. Good night, Anonymous. And then, come back the same trail or another trail just kind of leading to the same path. But I do want to get a special lift. It is called the Nissan Titan axle swap. So Nissan, the first generation Nissan Titan, the Xterra, and the Frontier all had basically, you can interchange suspensions on them. So you can take the lower control arms and axles from Titan, put them on there, and then you can put a 3-spline transfer case from a Titan on the Xterra, get larger, more arched leaf springs, lift it up. Hello, Ashley. Welcome to the stream. And I want to hit. I want 35-inch tires. That's where I want to get to. That's the largest I would go. I wouldn't go. For mudding you might want something in the 40s, but not for. I hear somebody moving. Okay. But hello everyone, welcome to the stream. You're on with Jules. As always, you are a treasure here. Please do hit a like and subscribe. We are at 2336 on the sub count right now. Our next goal is 2550. We'd like to hit 2550. We do things in increments of 51 here. So that's 51 times 50. Are you guys having fun there, Yadira? We are doing, what, shall we go? We'll probably go the 4-hour live stream. Who's at number 1? Yadira, you being number 2? Oh, I'm thinking some of the last Boy Scout jokes here. Yeah, it figures Alice was. I'm sorry. Oh no, Jiminy is. I'm sorry I said that, but you know how I just did get crickets because of what I said. Uh, no, because Yadira probably knows what I'm talking about. Uh, someone that likes to take over the streams. Especially if you don't repeat what they're saying, what they type, they want you to say it anyways. You don't know, you got 3 what? and B, exactly. And I've been contemplating that for a while. For a long time, I just kind of let it be. But you know, I don't know. Lately, it's been for a while. I've contemplated that feature. Let's just say because she's been around here since the very beginning, but it's just certain things. I don't know. Almost. I think at first it was mainly to keep my sub count, but I think I'm at a sub count now where we could. I don't know if they're a stalker. Oh, nice chicken. Because she's also on my Facebook, and I'll be out somewhere. I'll even be at work and I get a text message through Messenger. And I'm like, I'm at work with patients, and still sends more. Hello everyone, welcome to the stream. You're on with Jules. Please do hit a like, subscribe, consider throwing a dono into the little pin there. Seems like our numbers are keep going up and down. We keep going up into the 20s. Right now we've almost at 1100. Yeah, there's a lot. My stream, well, my channel is about you wanna? We talk about the 5 T's on my channel. We talk about, oh, it's Luana. We talk about transition, triathlon, transition because I am a 55-year-old transgender woman. Triathlon, as I like to participate in triathlon. Trends, different clothing I like to wear. Actually, it's a new dress, you guys. And I do some teaching on my channel about different topics. And then I also talk about trucks. Correct, Luana. So please do hit a like, subscribe to the channel, join us here whenever you want. You know, we starting on Thursdays, we pretty much chat every night through the weekend. And I will also make videos, you know, throughout the weekend. And it'll be on any of the topics. Usually I try to make 2-3 videos a weekend. So just to, you know, keep everybody, you know, teach different topics. Oh, that would be cool. I've heard of it. And yeah, right now I don't know how the things are going to go with the government because someone did subscribe. We just hit 2337. That must have been Luana. Thank you for subscribing. Also, Luana, know that I do have a pin here. It does say Texas Disaster Relief. This is to help people in the flood zones and the first responders to make sure they are being fed. Um, so if you're no super chats at this time. I do I do take super chats. As you can see, someone did send $10 towards the channel tonight, but I will be forwarding that to that once I get that revenue. I will be sending that to this disaster relief fund. Well, when someone else decided to subscribe to the channel, we are now at 2338. We're getting back into the 2340s. Remember, our goal is 2550 next. Then our next goal will be 5100. You know, we want to. This channel is about, like I said, there's the 5 T's, but it's also about being with a good group of people. And it's not just for, many people think they come in here, it's just for trans individuals or just for the LGBTQIA community. No, it's for everybody. Yes, you know, obviously I do get a lot of LGBTQ IA, but yet it's also about being with our allies. We have allies. If you're an ally, you're welcome in here, you know, or, you know, if you like to hang out in here with us because you have fun, that's fine. Just we ask that all things are kept respectful. Some of the things we ask also in speaking on this channel, we try to keep the God talk down to a minimum. There are many people on this channel. I've had several of my subs that do have religious trauma. I myself, I'm an atheist. So, but even at that, we can all get along. Aliyah Jet, welcome. Thank you. I just got this outfit recently, so you can get a good look at it. I loved it when I saw it online because it's got the split of the kind of almost like a yin and yang type of thing, but then you have the red flowers. It throws a cool little pattern into it. I loved it when I saw it. Hello everyone, welcome to the stream. It's a dress, MB. It's a dress, it's a short dress, but it's a dress. And I like that it's more like a tank top, or, you know, I can wear a regular bra, you know, hold up the girls, I guess. And it's, even though I've been told to use them to get more views, I'm like, you know, they're the fun bags. Oh, I just, you know, they show themselves, but you know, they're, yeah, I mean, this is only a year's worth of hormone. You know, which is considering, you know, I do have an underwire bra on today, and then some days if I'm wearing a tank top, I do have a support bra that is strapless. But I'm starting to see a lot of more people. Yeah, I don't know. I just received this during the week, and I was like, I need to put it on. I said I'll do it tonight. Um, if she's tomorrow, I'm supposed to do. Actually, Megan's and I are going to stream together. Uh, we'll see how she comes. And last I verified with her, she had said yes. Um, we were still on, but oh, that's true. I should have a garment top underneath it, right? Um, oh, and I could wear the new tank top ones. Um, so I'm just, if she can't, it's okay because I know all the work she's been out and doing. Hello, Minecomb. Welcome to the stream. You're on with Jules. Please do hit a like. Yeah, I know that, like I said, I know she might get tired, so, she's going out and doing so much work out there. What do you think? I'm going to give her a patch off one of my uniforms. I want to send this to her because she's out doing some work. I have plenty of. I have, Echo, welcome. Yeah, and this is my old. This is my DMAT patch. I think I have another. I just went and looked at my. I was looking at my patches. This thing's in brand new shape. It was taken off the uniform. We had to take them off because we were taken off of FEMA's department. We were out of Homeland Security, but I thought this would be cool to give to her because she's out doing a lot of work that we would do as DMATs. Even though she's not doing medical stuff, she's still doing a lot of the work because our DMATs would have logistical people, they would have supply officers, we would have, and like watching her video today and seeing her, having to help someone just kind of move stuff out of the house. That's what logistics officers do. They have to make sure that everything is ready for, certain crews, what they do. We have safety officers. And safety is kind of everybody's job when you're working on a disaster, in a disaster zone. So like, I should be watching over my teammates just like they should be watching over me. It's very critical you do that. That way, you don't, people don't get hurt. Oh wow, Echo, I'm sorry about that. That's this whole big this whole bill that was passed is, it's getting to a lot of my subs here. I don't think it was right. And yeah, it is. So yeah, I knew I had a stack of patches, and I have a bunch of patches from different organizations that I acquire patches through. You kind of do trades and stuff, but I thought this would be cool to give her. That's what DeSantis did in Florida overnight. Hello, Drake. Welcome to the stream. Please do hit a like, subscribe to the channel. DeSantis did it overnight. He didn't in the middle of the night. He decided to change the policy, and it was for he did it for minors, but the way he wrote the law, certain adults were affected too, and that was me in Florida. I couldn't get my hormones in Florida anymore. I was already considering moving out here to Albuquerque, and being in a blue state helped out. Well, thank you very much, Drake. Thank you for the compliment. Make sure to hit a like and subscribe to the channel. You can come by at any time. We're usually on here Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. We will also do a video on Monday, this Monday, because I took an extra day off of work. Just decided to take an extra day. And and Tuesdays I always do a live stream. It may change a little bit on Tuesdays now. I had a great time on Ladder Daily Digest, so I may be joining them more over there. Okay. Yeah. Good night, Drake. Well, Drake, if you need to go to bed, why don't you go to bed? Yeah, I had fun there, and I felt like it was cool to have like a cool conversation, and and being in the yeah, yeah, Rita. So- That's how it's cast. Um, it was a cool conversation. We had fun. Let's just do this, you guys. Yeah, perfect, Yadira. Boring conversation, anyways. Who did I just quote, you guys? I just laid down a quote, and if tell me who I quoted. Uh, I'm gonna even. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it was a weird topic. I did you guys watch the episode when they talked to the gentleman? It I it was kind of, although some of his facts were good. I mean, he didn't bring up what they wanted to talk about till the very end. I don't know if there was a second episode on it. But I think, they could have expanded more. Who? Oh, Woozy? Oh, okay. I was gonna say, MB, you should know where I'm at. Yeah, the one episode with the old guy that was talking about the free energy. Yeah, I watched it, and you're in Oregon. Yeah, see, I'm from the West Coast. I'm originally from California. I'm probably moving back to California. Yeah, we still do. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the stream. If you're just joining us, you are in Area 5T1 with Jules. Please do hit a like, subscribe to the channels. Consider dropping a dono up to the pin for the Texas floods. I just went to it, Jason, and it's actually more of a New Mexican style, but it was really good. Someone recommended it to me when I moved here, and I've almost been here 2 years, and I finally went. It's called Tomasitas. I had a platter, and I thought it would be more like carne asada, but they gave me a steak, like an 8-ounce steak, an enchilada, a chile relleno, the beans, and the rice. And it was fantastic. Yeah, that's true, MB. We can all go somewhere together and eat. Yeah, Tomasitas was excellent. I had heard of it from someone, and I finally the other day I had some extra cash, and my friend and I had gone out, and I said, "Why don't we go grab a bite to eat?" It was late at night, and we went over to Tomasitas because someone had recommended it, like I said, a year and a half ago when I moved here. I have not gone to it yet, so. But it has they do, oh, and then they'll bring a plate of sopapillas along, you know, the side, and it's one sopapilla per person at the table. With this honey butter, oh, it's excellent. But definitely my eyes were bigger than my stomach that day. That's what happens when you go on Wegovy. You still look at the food and you're like, yeah, I want that. Next thing you know, and yeah, like always remember red, green, or Christmas. I Christmased out my plate. So like they put chili sauce on the enchilada. It was half green, half red. Hello everyone, welcome to the stream. Look at this, it looks like people on my channel are finding out they're close to each other. I love that. You know, like when MB and I found out that we're neighbors, or we're close by here in Albuquerque. Um, it's kind of funny because that's how I met I made a friend online when I was starting my move from Florida to Albuquerque. Turns out one of the trans young ladies that I watch on YouTube, turned out she lived in Albuquerque. And then I've actually met up with her, actually, and I went to her the party and at her house, and it was fun, meeting someone when that I started watching across the country, and then moving to the same location. So it's really cool. We, I mean, since the dawn of this channel, a lot of my subscribers have, we've talked about doing a Jules Con. So maybe we'll make that a reality someday. Um, Especially in San Diego. If depending when the VA decides to call me to go there. What's your class in, Miss Woozy? Joe's, Joe's a little bit of a troublemaker. No, um, well, the thing about psych is you got to memorize all the theorists and their theories. I mean, advantages, disadvantages, on each one. I think the thing about psych that gets me is when you have to start learning all these theorists, and like, you got Maslow with the hierarchy of needs, and you got Piaget, and you got Erickson, and Erickson's stages of development. So you got like all these different things that you have to learn, and it can get difficult. Oh, but Joe will always find people to a route to someone else. It's fun. Joe found me here on a stream, and he said something like, "Oh, another Exmo." He's all, "I'll hang out here." So, what's your degree gonna be, Ms. Woozy? Wow, through. Yeah, see, I did that. I got my nursing license. Then I continued taking more classes, and I ended up getting a bachelor's in public administration. Oh, See, and I have I was doing a minor in criminal justice also. Yeah. So then he kind of then it's funny after he became an online fan and subscribed to my channel, then he told me who he was and he's all, have you ever heard of me? And his name sounded familiar. And then he told me about his book. And then he told me about starting the Church of Horror. And I have a friend, I'd have to tell her because she wants to start like a channel about kind of like Mormon true crime about different like things that we see happening on the news media, stuff like that, try to debunk theories, about like true crime things. And I keep telling her to watch that. Yeah, how can I say it? It seems like that's what his sermons have been lately, though. His inner personality is coming out. What's inside, he's putting it on canvas, or, you know, I was thinking of getting a master's in public administration. My goal would be to be right there working for the federales like I already do, but being a higher up in one of these agencies that does disaster response. In fact, I would love to be with the United States Public Health Service. When you see when I was at so yeah, I'm encouraged. My friend keeps asking me on how to start a channel, so I'm gonna try to um, make uh, have her make a channel, and she just wants to do like either like a true crime type of thing, also kind of just like things that she does in everyday life, you know. I just told her she needs to watch out for product placement, stuff like that. Yeah, it is so saturated, but she also wants to show like I told her you have to find the niche. I said you got to find like what makes your channel interesting. I'm like, and really, later on, if you want to make money from it, from it getting monetized, you have to find the thing that's going to pay you more if you get monetized. Um, I, for those of you that are ex-Mos, you probably know Alyssa Grenfell. Alyssa Grenfell did a great breakdown and researched it through going through AdSense, and but she realized that using the word Mormon in your title gets you more viewers. And it gets you it only it gets you more views, but the Mormon Church pays the most for ads on your channel just using the word Mormon. And then they'll attach to your channel because you might have that as a hashtag. Next thing you know, they're advertising on your channel, even though you're in Exmo. But they pay $20 per ad that gets viewed, almost 25. That's why all these channels like Ballerina Farm or are making all this much money because the church indirectly pays them. So that's how to get your refund on tithing that you've paid in the past. Just put the word Mormon in your hashtags. Yeah, since the whole Daybell thing, yeah, and Ruby Frankie, that's another thing that's saturated it. Yeah, and the thing is though, you just gotta find your niche and find a different way of explaining it. I mean, you got Mormon stories, you got John DeLynn, and he takes and finds different groups of people and he breaks things down, but he breaks it down from a psychologist's point of view. Like Shalisa Ansola, she takes it down and she will interview people, but from different religions, and she's just very casual about it. Um, uh, I'm a person, Jesse. What are you? What is this? And like Shalise, it seems like she knows the church little bit. Okay, then welcome to Area 51, Area 5T1, I should say. You found the right place. And I think she left at such a young age that, yeah, she knows certain principles, but they're like still has to be learned a little more. Oh, actually, Jesse, then there's a very good I don't know, Miss Kim. Then well, like Kara Burrell, she has like focuses mainly on Ballard. There's another girl that's really good that focuses on Jehovah's Witnesses, and there's Owen Morgan, that's ex Jehovah's Witness. He's really good too. The thing is, it's just a bunch, that everybody, the thing would be cool to have a big panel of different people, I think Shalice did do one with different women from different religions, or even sex. It was like several, one person from the FLDS. She had Amanda from the Order. She had, and then she had like ex Jehovah's Witnesses on there, and different other women, and they did some It was excellent. Oh, this this guy with the feet cam thing. This guy's obsessed with feet. I believe he was on Char's channel the other day. Yes. So, do you watch Cults to Consciousness, Yadira? She does a great job. Well, we don't show foot pictures. Oh yeah, I like Shalice. Oh, go and just go where you can find some feet. Maybe why don't you go be a shoe salesman and you could find feet. Yeah. Um, is it cents or dollars? Um, we're actually doing pretty good today, this live stream. What are we at? We're 12:37. Oh, can we hit number 3? We're almost. Yeah, he can go look for feet. He can, like I said, he can go work at a shoe store and he'll find feet. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the stream. Please do hit a like and subscribe to the channel. Um, please consider hitting the pin on the channel and donating to the Texas Relief Fund. That is, it's actually, this one, I will tell you, is legit. I've gotten it from a friend, and this is the one that is endorsed by the sheriff. They're in, I was going to say New Mexico. I'm sorry, I live in New Mexico, in Texas. He's the sensei. $12.45. That's why it would be El Bundy. We're only about 100 away, and this will be number 3 on my top 10. Of course, my numbers have gone down a little bit in the past month or so. I don't know why, because I think when Avito was here, we did 16,000 viewers on one stream. Hello, Andrew. Welcome to the stream. You're on with Jules. Please do hit a like. We're going on our last 30 minutes here. Yeah, Shar did tell me, she did mention it in her channel the other day on her stream that it had shifted to her advantage all of a sudden. Like it was, it'd been down, now it's back up on her. I don't know if it has to do with how long you know, I know I hadn't streamed as much in the past weeks, so I don't know if it has something to do with that. So we will see. I know that like I'm starting to see some peaks right here right now, and it might be since I'm on after midnight on a weekday. But we're gonna go for about 29 more minutes. Hopefully some people are hitting that pin right there, just sending money to the people of Texas. Yeah, and like the other day, one thing I did was see, they say never put more than three, hello player 222, three hashtags, but I have lately. Please do hit a like and subscribe to the channel, player. I've noticed that it's helped some days. Hello, if you're just joining us here, welcome to the stream. You're on with Jules. You are a treasure when you join us here. Please do hit a like, subscribe to the channel. Just jump into the stream with us. We are just here having a conversation. Earlier we were talking about Texas. 12-hour stream went well. I survived. I made it through. Everybody learned how to eat tacos properly. But we did make pretty good money. In fact, we did good fundraising efforts that time. I will tell you, after YouTube took, what they take a certain, I think they take 30% off the top. We ended up with $221.93. And that'll be received yeah, I'm considering ordering out to eat right now after the stream. Now I'm contemplating this, you guys. What do you think? This money I was gonna send to Transgender Resource Center of New Mexico because it was Pride Month. Shall we send some of this to Texas? I mean, it's just seeing that Texas just, happened, kind of a sudden thing. You like that idea, Yadira? Yeah, so on the 21st, I can send. I'm thinking I'm gonna send. I will probably send most of that amount to Texas. In fact, let me see how much is coming in for So, oh, we're going to be sending most of that. I'll take out for internet bill and then just send what we made in the month of June. Yeah. So here's what I'm going to do. Month of June, we made, thanks to all of you, this channel made $466.50. So, what I'm going to do is I will take out, what, 50 to 50, because I like to, since it is coming in, I want to keep the channel going. I will take enough out for at least the internet. And then, so I'm going to send 350 of that to, either I can send it to Megan and she can buy gift cards, or I can just send it straight to this website right there. I was considering doing a 6 or an 8 hour one this weekend, Yadira. I'm seriously contemplating it, maybe even like Sunday night. You read my mind. That's how good a mods I have. You know, they're like, they know me too well. Hello everyone and welcome to my stream. My name is Jules. As always, you are a treasure here. If you are just joining us, you're in the background, feel free to jump into the stream. Do hit a like and subscribe to the channel. We're talking over what we do on this channel is, if you don't send a super chat to this channel, we try to give, usually we do 30% to charity. We're looking at the Texas floods here, and what was made last month, we're going to use it to donate to, since it was Pride Month, we're going to donate it to the Transgender Resource Center here in Albuquerque, but we're kind of shifting it, and now we're going to send money to Texas. And it should be about, we will be sending about an amount of $350. So that'll be a good contribution, just to give right off the top, you know, and that way it helps everyone out there. We will continue to give from the super chats received this month, but remember, if you do give via super chat, YouTube does take 30%. If you want to donate directly to the charities for Texas, there is a link posted via pin here on my channel right now, and that your full amount will go to the, you know, to the proper charity in Texas. and I've gotten that from a reliable resource. And you know, uh, that is no scam, as there have been scams with people trying to get money from others. I'm gonna be hungry at the end of this stream. And guys, what do you recommend I should get to eat? Not much open at this time of night. Welcome. I see there's more people coming on here. Azizan. I didn't even see what he said. Oh, Jason, you're like on it. Who's your spotter there? Oh, I'm not. Oh, I don't. I'm not a Whataburger person. You gotta remember, I'm from California. It's all about in and out. Oh, facial. Get off. Um, yeah, I wonder if Domino's would deliver this late. I would. Oh, you know what? I could probably go through. Hello, good Sam. Welcome to the stream. Please do hit a like and subscribe. Oh, In and Out's got like the best. Yeah, Denny's. I was even thinking maybe even just ordering a McDonald's breakfast. I'm getting close enough to breakfast. But I was thinking of ordering that in the morning when I wake up. Um, Last time I ordered, I like the good old number two meal. Um, the sausage McMuffin with egg, the hash browns, and you can get coffee or orange juice. And I I ordered that. Then I ordered a side of eggs. And someone here got spoiled with that side of eggs because that's why I bought it. This is a spoiled dog, you guys. On top of the homemade dog food, the kibble, the canned food. I'm surprised he's not. He's lost weight too. Well, since I got him, he was 70 pounds. You can tell on his collar, but he's not skinny. He's like a healthy. He's healthy. But it's probably been that I'm feeding him more protein, a better balanced diet. Yeah, he is. He's right there. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the stream. Let's see what our numbers are at here. Yeah, about 8 o'clock he starts getting tired. Um, fast? What do we know about fasting there, right, MB? Hello, everyone. Welcome to the stream. Please do hit a like and subscribe to the channel. Yeah, make you hungry? So, good, Sam, or you fasting for prayer then? So a lot of people do that. Then they have to donate the. Well, first of all, I'm a godless person. But second of all, I know now, um, don't you have to donate the amount of food that you didn't eat, the value of it, to a church to feed the hungry? See, I should have probably ordered it earlier, and I could have gotten me some tacos again. Like, I was, I, I was craving tacos. Like, I got that during the 12-hour. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the stream. Okay, so we got ourselves a Catholic in here. He's talking about Lent. Because the way he was talking about fasting here and for prayer, he was borderline Mormon. Because Mormons fast for prayer, but what they do is they take the. So if you say you fast for 2 meals, you take the value of those 2 meals and you donate it to the church. You know, really, good Sam, doesn't really matter to us. Many of us are godless people. We don't believe in God. Like me, I don't believe in God. And I grew up Roman Catholic. So, Yes, I believe in science. Wasn't it Esqueleto that said that? Wow, we're teetering by 30. Yeah, I went to Catholic school too, Jason. Up to seventh grade, and then but there's other scientists that didn't. There's scientists that weren't believers. So that that doesn't prove anything. It just shows that they're free agents in the way they think. I mean, hello everyone, welcome to the stream. Please do hit a like and subscribe. I do want to thank all these haters that are coming on here that are helping the algorithm get a little boost. We're about to make it into the top. We're already in the top 10. We're about to make it in the top 3 thanks to them. So hello everyone, welcome to the stream. Please do hit a like, subscribe, and jump into the chat with us. Feel free up. You will see a pin on the stream. That pin does send you to a link that will help you donate to help flood victims in Texas. Sam, you're right about the Bible there, Yadira. It is the book in itself. Good Sam, have you ever do you know how many versions of the Bible there are? How many different translations? And it only shows that it is a book of fan fiction, and that look at this. I'm looking at 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There are 24 different versions and translations of the Bible, only showing that in each translation there's going to be changes made. I've even heard of specific religions that change it every time. So every time each translation has been made, there's going to be, there's changes. It'll be wrong. Yeah, you guys heard him. Stood up for a little bit and he's back to sleep. Of course, were you guys here the last time when he started barking? You know, and I'm sure like Yadira, the last thing we can really tell of Good Sam, the Bible was written by a pagan anyways. It was organized by a pagan. So basically that's what he's following. Exactly. Goodbye. Do you think we can get 20 more and we'll put this at the at number 3? Twenty more views. Hello everyone, welcome to the stream. Please do hit a like and subscribe. We're at 2339. That means we've gotten 7 new subs tonight. I do still need to give myself my Wegovy shot. Probably another reason why I'm hungry. Oh, I know. He was just. He was dooming himself. Let's see where we're at here. I think we're coming on a close here. It seems like hello and welcome everyone. Please do hit a like and subscribe. We're coming up on our 4th hour. So we're going to start closing down the stream. It is that time. So tomorrow we're hoping to have a live with a friend of mine that's been boots on the ground over in Texas. I'm just making sure that she does get some rest. But she'll be able to inform us what's going on there. We can help. We can also help her with getting some donations for first responders and flood victims. First responders always need things. When they go there, sometimes they discover that they need things that they don't realize it. What happens in a large disaster situation, other first responders from other areas will go. Some of them include private ambulance companies because they do need transports, and some of these privateers, don't realize everything that they need. So sometimes they end up running low on supplies. I know some of the things that they need out there are duct tape, sunblock is a big thing. So whatever we can help with to get them, the supplies they need would be the best. And those there'll be a lot of first responders there for a long time. I know that from first-hand experience. Like when I was a DMAT, we would be out there 2 weeks at a time, different teams. And sometimes for a long time, those teams were out there. You'd be rotating. I know after Galveston, when I went to Galveston, we were deployed for 2 weeks. We were on the island, and then we came in after another team, then another team came in after us. That's at least 6 weeks of teams. And I'm sure another group rotated after them. So thank you, Jason. Jason has just given a 1999 super chat for the cause. Thank you very much. So we're gonna start closing up here. I think I'm gonna have to snack on something before dinner or before going to bed. I'm trying to see if we can hit 14 more views or 15. But I do want to say thank you everyone that has donated. With Jason and I forgot who else. Thank you so much, Jason. Oh, and Jiminy Cricket gave the other super chat. So I do want to thank everyone, Yadira and Jason. Once again, thank you for the fantastic job you guys do at moderating. I do want to thank all the new members that joined the channel. I do want to say thank you to everyone that did come by. And hopefully, you know, we'll have another good live stream tomorrow night. Now, tomorrow night, of course, we might not get it's going to be done through StreamYard, but you guys will still have access to being moderators because it goes onto YouTube. So it's not going to be this usual vertical live stream, but it'll still allow you to mod and stuff. So, what will happen is you will be able to see it on both sides of the the screen on both channels. So thank you, Miss Woozy. That's okay. But thank you. Thank you for donating to the cause. Okay, so I do want to thank everybody once again. Thank you for those super chats. I guess we're going to close down from here. Let's really think about everybody out there in Texas and good vibes to them. Have a good night. Thank you for joining me here. Remember, I'm Jules. All of you are my treasures. Thomas says the same thing. No, you guys know I taught him a new sign. He knows a third sign. Now he knows lay down. So okay, so have a good night. Thank you for joining me here. I should be back tomorrow. I think tomorrow I said 6 p.m. Mountain Time. So have a great night. Thank you, and we'll see you then.